back. I'm going to open the SketchUp model. We just did a small rendering yesterday, and I installed V-Ray for SketchUp. For whatever reason, the plugin didn't maintain my preferences for where I placed all of my little toolbar icons, but that's cool. So the very first thing I'm going to do before I continue is actually when I bring assets in from 3D Warehouse, I like to remove as many of the materials off of the items as possible. So I'm gonna double click into this fan, and we're gonna hit Control A and then deselect our glass. I'm actually gonna add a glass tag. Let's see, electrical. The fan can go under the electrical category as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this under electrical. That way when we turn the electrical category off, all of our electrical items disappear. I'm going to add a new tag, called glass, and all of my glass items I will put into the glass tag so that I can just turn them off. You can't hide the tag the active group or component is on. Okay, heard. All right, so glass. Let me now deselect. Let's see, can we turn glass off? Cool. All right, that way I can add another tag called lights. And then every asset that I have in here that, you can create like a rectangle and turn that into a, what is it called? A mesh light, and use that rectangle or a mesh. You can use a mesh as a light source. And that's what I did with this this shape that's inside of this fan light. But I'm going to put that under the lights category. Let's see if we can turn it off. That way I can select everything inside of this fan. Wait a minute. So the mesh itself, is this a light? Okay, it must have been two meshes in there. Oh, they have multiple meshes in this thing. I don't know what's going on. I downloaded this fan off of 3D Warehouse, so I'm not totally sure what everything is. But let's do a Shift H. And if we click into these different items, I've got to find that clean tool. So I'm going to go open the extension manager, actually extension warehouse. Let me sign in. Dynamic components, sandbox tools, Trimble Connect. All of these can be updated, I guess, but let's search for cleanup. And cleanup 3 cleans up and optimizes your SketchUp model. Edge tool, simplify edges, close gaps, cleanup. So I want to use both cleanup and edge tool. I feel that this would be a useful tool. I have the ability to access the file system. Yes. extension installed and available. TTlib not installed. Support for TTlibs are required in order to use Core IB. Let's download and install TTlib. I thought I had all this stuff installed, but apparently I don't, because I'm using a different computer than what I used to do all of my SketchUp designs on. So we're going to install this in downloads, I guess. Okay, can we open it? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't done this stuff in so long. Okay, let's install an extension. Let's go into downloads. So this is a major part of like doing 3D work. Sometimes you have to spend time actually doing stuff outside of the work itself, and that's okay. And I'm doing this stream because I don't want to do any task outside of the stream. Let's see, 4 extensions ready to be updated. Okay, heard. Let's go ahead and update these extensions. I wonder if I can just click update and if they'll do it on their own. But the goal here is to show you everything that I'm doing. You're not supposed to just sit here and watch it if you don't want to. But if you watch a video in the future where you see I've created this grand thing that is amazing, and you're wondering how I created that grand thing, you can then come back to videos like this one and actually see me making the whole thing without editing the video and cutting out parts. You know, and that's what a lot of YouTube, like, I think a lot of YouTube is full of really great videos of people doing really great things, but they don't take you through the entire process of all that they are doing in the process of creating those cool things. All the boring stuff, for example. Let's see. So pretty sure that this is going to be useful. And as we go through using SketchUp, there are going to be some SketchUp plugins that I know I'm going to have to download at some point, and I'm going to do all of that on the streams in as I learn and relearn how to use this program. So let's go to tools, and let's find, so we got edge tool, simplify curves, divide face, sandbox. Let's find our cleaner, solid tools. I don't know where it's at. So you're going to figure that out with me. All right. All right, let's go back to Extension Manager and make sure it's enabled. Cleanup 3. Visit the, let's see, the author. Can I go to their website? Yeah, I have no idea where this is, but we're going to find it. Let's see, edit, view, draw. What's under sandbox? Tools. Let's see, right click. All right, so when in doubt, just go to Google, SketchUp, Cleanup 3 extension. Download this plugin, install it. Do not have an icon or menu item. Let's see, I downloaded TT, so maybe I just need to close and reopen SketchUp. And I think that's what I need to do. So let's minimize, let's close this, save it first. File, save, close, and we'll open it up again. Sure, I accept the agreement. No. Okay, now let's see. Tools. Let's go back in here. All right, I thought it was going to be easy to find. I downloaded a extension and the tool that is needed for the extension. Yes, they're both enabled. Extension manager would appear in the file menu. It should in extensions menu. Restarting Sketchup. When you install Sketchup from the installer, you must do it correctly. Otherwise, it can cause blah blah blah. Select its icon. So let's figure this out. No need to uninstall. Process blah blah blah. While logged into Windows, normal user Sketchup is closed. Find its installer exe file. Usually downloads. Right click, contacts, run as administrator. And I don't think all of that should be necessary, but here we are. And also, like, I don't even, oh, there it is. So let's close it one more time. And then right click it and run it as an administrator. Let's see what it does, if it does anything different. At least all of my icons showed up in the right place this time. But I see some of my tools I can create. Well, actually, I don't know if that was there or not in the past. The ground mesh and all this stuff. What is this? No bleeding. There should be like a button or tool for easily cleaning up my model. Simplify. Yeah, if anybody's using SketchUp and knows where this setting is, I would really appreciate it, because it was very easy to find in the past, and for whatever reason right now, I'm not seeing it anywhere. Oh, there it is. All right, it showed up. Under extensions, we have cleanup 3, and then I can just click clean. All right, so we're gonna clean, select it, validate the results, purge unused items in the model, like materials. We're gonna erase hidden geometry. Do we need to erase hidden geometry? Erase duplicate faces. Merge identical materials, ignore attributes. We're gonna keep the rest of these settings, I think, as is. Okay, remove edge materials, yes. Smooth edges by angle, no. Cleanup. Okay. All right, so awesome. That cleaned up this piece of this model perfectly. Don't think I need whatever that is. Okay, let's do the same for these. Yeah, I wish you could do that just by right clicking and choose clean. So let's go to extensions, cleanup 3, and then clean with last settings. And we're going to do the same thing basically for everything. Extensions, clean with last settings. And I'm going to disable the validity, the validation check. See, extensions, clean up, clean. We're going to turn off the validate results and show statistics. That way we can just have a quicker clean. So clean with last settings. And you see how it just simply removes unused and unnecessary lines. All right, let's do the same. Clean with last settings. All right, so we do this for basically for all items. explode this. Actually, do I need to explode it? No, I don't need to explode it. Extensions, clean with last settings. All right, the fan is clean. Now, let's turn on our glass, and then we're going to clean that up as well, just in case. And it looks like it is not a solid shape, and I know how to fix that. First, we're just going to clean it with last settings, and then I'm going to draw a line anywhere on the top, and we're going to triple select to select all of it, group it, copy, control shift, paste to paste it in place. And then I'm going to do a scale. So S. Okay. Just scale it in just a little bit, and then scale it up from the center to sit at the top. All right, so we have two pieces now, and then I'm going to use the tools, solid tools, subtract, and then we're going to subtract that from the middle. And now we have our glass is now not three-dimensional. It's now there's thickness to the glass now. So now I can copy the material. Let's go to materials. And let's use the sample to copy that material. And now I'm going to paint it on the other piece of the glass. So now this is a solid piece of glass, and that's going to make our rendering a little bit different, because previously it was one solid piece, or it wasn't a solid piece. It was just like a thin single layer. Like just a single layer mesh. Let me go and modify it and push it up a little bit. Let's explode it. Let's use our push pull tool to bring it up a little. And then we're going to select it all and then go to clean up. Perfect. And there we have it. There's our glass. That basically goes into the inside of the fan. Now I want to modify these little pieces. Can we push those? I do know something I can do. What I'll do is we're going to move it. I'm going to grab a line from here to here, and then a line from, let's say, here actually, let's use our move tool and then copy this in just a little bit. Control all, intersect faces with selection. That way I can get rid of part of this mesh, and it's not poking at the inside of the fan. Minor edit. Oh, it's still poking in there a little bit. So instead of doing that, let's undo all of that. And what I'll do now is we'll grab this piece. We're going to copy, Control Shift, paste in place. Control X. I'm going to click inside of this, click inside of here, and click inside of here. Control Shift, paste. Oh, I know what's going on. And then I will take this, group it, and then we're going to subtract. Tools, solid tools, subtract. One or more selected objects, either not a solid or locked. Non-solid objects will be deselected before this operation is performed. Okay, so this should be a solid object. What's non-solid about it? Is it because of this thing? think that's exactly what it is. Now let's try tools, solid tools, subtract. Yeah, I don't understand why this is happening. Okay. We're going to figure this out in a minute. I'm going to shift S, control shift paste. Okay, now I see why this wasn't working previously. Let's back out of all of that real quick. Okay, so I thought that was a solid, and I'm assuming it isn't a solid. So what I have to do then is, let's delete this line, do a push-pull down, and let's turn it into a solid. Okay. Let's make it a group and do a tools, solid tools, subtract, and boom, there we have it. Now I can go in here and delete this piece. And now this fan blade is no longer intersecting. Or it shouldn't be. No, it's not. Now I can go and edit this and turn it into a solid. So this is a model that I downloaded from 3D Warehouse, and there are some inconsistencies with the model that I am cleaning up so that I can make the model optimal, and so that if I import, if and when, let's say I import this into Unreal Engine, there won't be issues with the model and with texturing. So Shift H, I'm going to push this up to the inside of this fan. Shift H again. All right. So this is all about optimization right now. I'm getting rid of unnecessary lines, and I'm making sure that this whole thing, let's go inside of this, is as optimal as it can possibly be. And I think generally what I want to happen is for this, the interior of this to be, this doesn't really matter. Nobody's ever going to see the top of this fan, right? So all these textures and everything that's on here don't matter. Really, I could simplify this, and let's cut this. Control Shift paste, Control A, right click, intersect faces with selection, and then I'm going to go inside of this and just delete that piece. Right, so this is all now one piece. I'm going to delete all the textures from this later. Okay. And most of this is not going to be seen either. All of this technically is the same material. So we can right click and well, first let me go into this. Let's see, what are we seeing in here? So if I delete this, and then I use my clean tool, or just, there we go. So we're optimizing this model to get rid of any excessive, like any unnecessary lines. This center line, technically I can keep that. This helps you align the ceiling, the fan, the center of the fan to some point on the ceiling. Gives you like a point that I can select to connect. Honestly, you don't need it since this is a circle. You can use the bounds of the circle to grab that center point. Let me look in here to make sure that this is also one solid piece, and it is. Perfect. All right, so now our fan model should be totally optimized. Let's do a scale on this fan. Can I scale from here? No, we'll keep it as is. No need. All right, we're never gonna like actually turn this fan on or anything, but we want that model to be as optimal as we possibly could make it. And just turn the light on and the glass off. Let's grab this and delete it out of here. Okay, now Control Shift Paste, and we're going to do a push pull, or no, I'm sorry, a move. I'm just going to move this down. Whoops, what am I moving? I'm going to move the light down a bit into the confines of the fan's light. All right, so now we have one mesh for the light, and we have our glass. All right, and that fan model is optimized. Next is this light. And before I go back to that light, what I want to do is I want to select everything inside of this model except for the light and the mesh. So let's turn the light, the glass, and the light off. I want to select all of this, and the goal is to remove all materials from this. So let's see, remove materials. Perfect. All right, now let's go to this light. Okay. Let's see here. Now let's find a way to modify this. All right, I'm going to remove that mesh light from this object. And I think what I want to try to do is convert this to a light, or legitimate light. So I think the easiest way for me to do this would be to grab this item right here. Let's do a Shift S to see if the other ones are selected, and they are. Shift S. We're going to do a rectangle. on the top of this, and inside of that rectangle, we're going to do an offset. So let's select the top of the rectangle, do an offset, or yeah, it's called an offset, and then bring that rectangle in just a little bit. I'm going to double click on the top rectangle and do a Control C to copy it, and then I'm going to do P to push it in. All right, so let's make this a group. Let's remove the materials from it. And Control Shift paste, and then push that in just a hair. Triple click it, make it a group, and then we're going to make this a mesh light. Convert to mesh light, and then this other one, this outer one, we are going to go back to materials, and let's find the glass material from the fan. Let's turn our glass back on and use the sample paint. Now I can go back into this mesh. And we're going to paint that glass color onto the outside of this mesh. So essentially what we have is we have a glass tube now surrounding a rectangle mesh that is going to act as the light, and that light is going to shine through our glass tube. I can go a step further and then do a push-pull of one of these faces in 1/64 of an inch. We're going to double click on the other side, double click on the other side, and then go all the way to the bottom of this mesh. And double click here. And that pushes the light, like let's say this is an LED. Just press escape. That pushes that in just a little bit so that it's not resting directly on the glass, right? All right, so little things to add some fine details, and you may not ever see this unless you get really up close to it with the camera when you're doing a render, right? So then I'll hit escape, and now this piece, let's make it a group. I can shift S, escape, escape, Control X, whoops, Control X, let's click into this, Control Shift V, escape. I see. Let me go ahead and clean these items up, remove their materials. Control Shift paste. I want to remove the materials off of the top of this one. Press escape again. Let's grab this, remove the materials. Let's clean it up. All right, so this is like the boring part. We're just cleaning all of the little assets that we, like these little pieces of, you know, this fixture that we've got. Control X, Control Shift paste. Clean and remove materials. Clean, remove materials. So this is a big part. You know, this makes editing. Probably, I don't know if I should have done that. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Let's go back. All right, so I see a mistake that I made. All right, remove materials and clean. Yeah, I had accidentally modified something that I should not have, but that's okay. You know, we're moving on to the next thing, and I've got to fix this one now. Let's see what happens if I do a shift paste. All right, let's see if we can align the center of this. So let's do a move from the center of this to the center of this. And then let's do a rotate. So Q from that center point to this center point. Oh, whoops. Let's try that again. Let's hit up on the arrow, the up arrow key, so that we can force that rotation to be horizontal. All right, so then click the center of that pole and the center of this pole, and that's going to help us rotate around to here. All right, let's find the center of this, and boom. If you understand like some of the basic features of the program, then adjustments like this should be very easy. Let's do a remove material and clean up, escape, and then I'm going to have to extrude these. P, Shift H, Shift H. Let's extrude it just a hair more so that it goes into the top of our or the bottom of our fixture. P, double click. Okay, escape, escape. All right, that should be good. Now, I don't like that these are pushing all the way through, so I'm going to push those down just enough. P, escape, and do the same thing here. Double click to give it the same push down, escape. All right, so as you can see, inside of this, we have these little pipes, I guess, ending inside of this block that nobody's ever going to see. Nobody's ever going to see the top of the ceiling either, but I just like cleaning up my models like this. All right, remove materials and clean. I'm going to do the same for this. Remove materials, clean. And I like cleaning things individually because that allows for me to see the progress that I've made. Let's see, we should have one. That's okay. Checking out these light fixtures. Or these light settings. All right, all of my materials have been removed from this light fixture except for the glass. All right, and on one of these I need to push these in just a hair. Shift H. Let's do push. Let's go here, do the same thing. Push, pull. Okay. And I think that's it for that. Now I want to go down and edit our outlets. And I need to push the walls in here. So we're going to do that real quick. Grab a little rectangle on these walls. So R. Shift H. P. Okay. I don't think you'll be able to see light coming in through there. I hope not. But for all of our outlets, we're going to do the same thing. So Shift H, grab another rectangle. R from this corner. To this bottom corner. Shift H. And then P. All right, so basically what I'm doing, Shift H, is I'm cutting out a portion of the wall. So these, like, this is what sheetrock, how your sheetrock is supposed to be technically, is to cut out those portions of the wall where the box is actually going to come through the wall. You'll never see the box. It might be easier for me to do it from the outside. So let's grab a rectangle from this corner to this corner, Shift Hide P, and then we're going to push that in. All right, we're going to go to the next one. I thought there was one on this wall. I guess I never put the one over here. That, yeah, there's supposed to be one over here. Shift, oh, okay, hide. Yeah, there's supposed to be one on this wall too. All right, so let's go and make a change. Let's turn the ceiling off. Materials, scenes. Let's turn off the ceiling. Let's go ahead and save this. All right, and then let's grab this outlet. Move and control to copy. Along the red axis to this wall. And then from this wall on the green axis Let's bring it all the way over to this wall, and then we're going to bring it back on the green axis according to my measurement. So let's figure out what that is. That is 63 5/8 inches. 63 5/8. And now it's exactly where it needs to be. Just need to rotate it 90 degrees. So I can go on the outside of the wall. Let's double click into the wall actor. I say actor like I'm an Unreal Engine. Grab a rectangle. From that intersection to this intersection, Shift H, and then let's push this rectangle into the wall. Okay, I have to do the same, Shift H. We're going to say that this piece is we're going to call this a ceiling so we can hide it. I'm going to do the same. Technically, we don't have to do the same thing for the switches, but we're going to do it anyways. All right, just so we can be thorough. Let's grab one here. And I'm probably going to put together a Patreon so that you can download my assets. So that placing and modifying your scenes, it can be much easier. So you can basically go about it with the same method that I'm currently using. And I'll show you the reason why I'm doing this in just a minute. All right, let's get that intersection to this intersection. And I think that's all of them. Yeah, should be, except for one light. Did we do that light switch already? All right, Shift H. All right, let's do a push-pull. Double click so that we can use the same push that we did previously. Double click. All right, basically that should put a hole in the wall where all these outlets are. All right, let's check the rest of the outlets. Okay, all set. Now I'm not a huge fan of my window model, but because it's going to be practically hidden behind blinds and a curtain, I'm not too worried about it. Shift H. But I do want to go and I want to check out my glass material. I'm going to go ahead and clean up this window model though. So let's go to Tools, Extensions, Clean Up, Clean with Last Settings. That should get rid of a bunch of stuff. Let's do the same thing for this. Clean Up with Last Settings. Let's do the same for the actual windows. Let's do Shift H. Clean with Last Settings. Now it looks like our windows have no thickness, and that's a problem. Let's grab a line, and we're going to close these windows out. Yeah, that is a big problem. So our window panes have to be fully closed, solid geometry. Let's go to our materials and sample the material. Window translucent glass, Control A, and then we're going to make sure everything is painted that way. Now escape. Okay, perfect. Remove materials off of this, and let's clean it one more time. And although it's technically not a solid, that's okay. We don't need it to be as solid. I just need it to be clean looking. Remove materials. Clean up. Remove materials. Clean with last settings. And I want to check on my styles real quick and change the color of the back face again to red. That way I can make sure that there are no red faces on the inside of my window. And there's several. So let's reverse these faces that we can see from the inside. Outside doesn't really matter that much because we're not going to have any scenes rendered from the outside. All right, let's check on these blinds. I'm going to remove all the materials from the blinds. Let's go ahead and clean this up. Extensions, clean up, clean with last settings. All right, all of those should be clean, I guess. Control A or Shift S. Shift S. Okay. Escape. Control A. Let's explode all of this and clean it with last settings. Remove materials. Might take a second. I want no materials on anything except for glass right now. Shift S. All right, I thought these would be components, but they aren't. Control all, let's right click and explode. And then we can group it again. Interesting how it just changed the bounding box. Let's hit escape. Let's explode that one more time. Explode. Huh. Explode. Okay. Make group. Is it going to change it? There we go. We like that much better. Remove materials. And clean. All right, let's close out of that group. Oh, it's cleaning. It's still cleaning. There's a lot to clean, I guess. Let me let it do its thing. All right, so the importance of all of this that I'm doing right now is just the due diligence before I go so deep into adding a whole bunch of assets, like doing an interior. I want to get the base of the interior done, and maybe in this video I'll go through and attempt to import this asset into Unreal Engine. We might save that for another video. I'm not totally sure just yet, but before I get so far into designing, editing, I want to take what I've done so far and clean up the project. And then once I remove all these materials, I can go through my materials list and purge everything that I'm not going to use. So, let's say I apply a few materials like a wall paint, a trim paint, which are going to be two different colors, a ceiling paint, which might be the same as the trim and the door paint, the door knob and hinges, and a few materials for the ceiling fan and the vents. Once we get all those materials applied, and I think SketchUp is still trying to clean this up, we can then go and purge unused materials so that we're getting rid of any excess data in the model. And that's the point of this, doing this right now. That's why this is important. If I don't do this now, then I'll get, thousands of assets in, and it could be thousands, because let's say you're staging a kitchen. There are some things that you're going to want to add to the kitchen, such as glass, right? Like glass cups into the cupboard, into the cabinets, or on the counter, right? You're going to want to have a faucet and all these other assets basically in your sink or around your sink or on your counter. All right. So one thing you want to do is you want to make sure that all the assets you import are all clean assets. All right. I think this is good. And our optimized assets. Now, as for this, I really am not feeling these curtains. We're going to go find a much, much better curtain model. I'm going to delete these curtains out of here. And we're just going to keep the window for now. And now I'm going to go and just clean all of my trim work. I've not put any materials on any of my trim. So really I can just select my trim and we can clean it up. Cancel, clean with last settings. So also trim. Let's put all of this on trim. We're going to add this to trim. That way when we turn our trim off, let's see, I wonder if I can, let's right click and select all trim. Oh no, I can't do it like that, can I? Select all tagged. There we go. Yeah, all tagged. And let's just do a click clean up. Okay. Let's turn the trim off. Let's select our walls. And let's clean it. Let's turn the walls off. All right. And now we need all of our doors. So let's put all of the doors into the doors category. And with the doors, you're supposed to also have the hinges be a part of the doors. So let's grab the appropriate hinges and doorknobs. Control X. Let's click into this door model. Control Shift paste. And for this particular door, I do not need to have this indentation right here, because this is a door that closes with a latch at the top. Okay. We're going to do the same thing here. Looks like this needs to be moved over. So let's move tool. Move it from here to the edge of my door. Make sure that's in the right place, and it's not quite. And I think something's backwards. I think that's what's happening. It's backwards. So let's do a mirror. And then let's move it again. Okay, now it's in the right place. And for these, we're going to remove all the materials. But I want to grab that hinge and doorknob, Control X, go into our door, Control Shift paste. I'm going to remove all the materials again from the doorknob as well. I'm going to remove all the materials from the mirror. I want to explode this real quick and then make it a group again. Let's remove the materials from this. Let's explode it, make it a group again. As well as these, we will explode them and make them a group again. And then I'm going to remove all the materials from that and Control A, clean. Control A. I don't want to clean. I don't want to accidentally delete the line that I use as a reference for my hinges. So I'm going to click into this and we're going to clean these hinges individually. Perfect. All right, so very small details that we'll probably never really see. But what I'm going to do though really quick is how do I want to accomplish this? Let's do a copy. Escape. Control Shift paste. And Shift H. Shift H. Escape. Okay, let's do the same thing. So now what I'm doing is I'm really I could have done like a Boolean to subtract this, but taking the shape of the hinge and subtracting that from the door. All right, so technically I'm gonna have to do this for all of them. Let's remove these materials and clean that doorknob. Damn, was there a lot to clean? Let's clean the door. And then let's go into this and clean the hinges. All right, let's go into our hinges. Grab these faces. Control copy, Control Shift paste. And remember, when you drag from left to right, you highlight only what is in the selection bounds. When you drag from right to left, you highlight anything that is in the selection bounds and behind it. All right, so just something to consider for your workflow. All right, let's clean this door as well. I don't think I ever cleaned the door or the doorknob. Let it do its thing, and then we're gonna go to the last door and do the same thing as well. All right, there's more to clean here. Oh, it looks like we're missing a screw. Are we? Oh, goodness. All right, I know what to do with that. So let's take our door and let's press Q up on the directional pad. Let's grab the center of this and we're gonna rotate 45 degrees. And then we're gonna go into this door. I'm gonna put the frame of the door in the trim category so that I can cut that off, and that'll make editing much easier. Looks like we have an issue with this. Let's reverse those faces. Let's orient. Okay. I made these models so long ago. But, you know, it looks like everything needed to be optimized even more. All right, let's put that into the trim category as well. I'm going to turn my trim back on real quick because we want to make sure that all of this is in the same group. Let's turn it back off. Well, actually, before I turn it off, let's see what material we have on this. Chrome polished. Definitely need to be chrome polished. But I want to modify this trim. So let's view hidden geometry. Okay, wanted to make sure there was a solid face. Let's do a copy. Ah, it is already cut out. It is already cut out. That's perfect. Beautiful. All right, and now I just want to remove all the material from that trim. From the door and doorknobs. I'm gonna go in here and flying around my face right now. Hide the trim again. Hell do these flies even come from? Control X, let's click in here, Control Shift paste, and let's Control A minus our hinges, remove materials, and then clean. And then individually, we're going to clean our hinges. And the reason I'm cleaning the hinges individually is because I have this single line in here that I use as a reference. And if I press clean while this line is selected, it might delete that line. And I don't want that line to be deleted. Okay. And let's remove materials. Okay. And I think that is it for the door. I think so. I'm also going to remove all the materials from all these other assets. I can delete this door since I'm not going to be using it. That way, if there are any materials attached to that door, I can purge those materials without affecting my model. Let me grab all of our outlets, and we're going to remove all the materials from the outlets. And we're also going to clean those outlets. So clean with last settings. All right, reverse faces. Honestly, I'll keep them this way so that they don't show up transparent like in gameplay or something. Let's do a Shift S. So Shift S. Let's explode this, group it, and I don't think it's a component. So what I want to do here is we're going to enclose this box. Grab a line, and then I'm going to offset it in just a little bit. And then I'm going to push it into the wall. And we're going to reverse the faces. All right, so now I think all of the boxes are now optimized to be appropriately oriented faces. Make sure our outlets are the same. And then what I want to do with this is let's try to grab these lines right here, and then we're going to move them out beyond the bounds of our actual plug, and then I'm going to close it off. Shift S. Okay, cool. Shift S. All right, let's take this screw. Let's explode it. Explode it again. Escape. Explode. Escape. Okay, now orient faces. All right, so let's check all of our other plugs out. Everything looks solid. All right, now we've got to make some changes to this one. Let's group, go into the group, Control A, explode, explode. Orient faces, orient faces, escape. All right, and now we need to do the same thing for this box. Just draw a line to close this box up. And we're going to make it a solid object. Delete the line, do an offset, and then push this box in. Okay, and reverse those faces. All right, doesn't have to be perfect. Most of this you're never going to see. Now, I can select all of my outlets and clean them, and then remove all the materials. Let's do the same for this one. Clean it, remove materials. Okay, and the very last thing I want to do is convert this as well to a solid. See, edit, redo open, redo open. Okay. All right, so I'm going to make a few changes to this model. Let's grab this, move it in so that it lines up here. And then we're just going to draw some simple lines. What are we seeing there? Wait a minute. Ah, okay, I see what's going on. There we go, that's more like it. Now, I'm going to close this out and force it to be a solid object. Yep. And let's make sure all the materials are removed. All right, cool. So now, I mean, even though we know, like in real life, that's not what it looks like, you're never going to see this in the engine or in the game. Right? You're never going to see this, for example, in Unreal, or when we render. Let me just go ahead and put it all the way down to the bottom. So I can do all and just clean it. And delete these faces. All right. But we just want to make sure that these are all solid objects. And that's the purpose of what I'm doing here. Let's make this a group. Because these screws are going to get their own material. All right, and now for the light switch. Shift. Oh, there's only one version of this light switch. Okay. I'm editing in the wrong group. Let's orient faces. All right, let's go to the other light switches to see how that affected this one. We got the centerpiece. All right. Okay. All right. I can help you understand what I'm doing. For any of you who have questions, that's the purpose of this stream. Let's orient faces. And I need one more line at the bottom to close this out. Explode. Orient faces, escape. Explode. Orient faces. Explode. Orient faces. So this would be a lot easier if all of these were components. So when you edit one, they all get edited at the same time. But they aren't components. Let's reverse the faces. Grab a line. Drop her in there. And this doesn't have to be perfect. All remove materials, clean up. All right, let's finalize this one. Reverse faces. Grab a line. When you connect, like, you know, let's say there's a box and all the lines around that box are aligned to a single plane, but that side of the box is open. All you have to do is draw a line to connect the face of that box, and it'll automatically close the top of that box. Okay, let's go P. Okay, control all, remove materials, clean. All right, I think for the most part, we've cleaned up everything. I need to figure out what's going on with these lights, though. Let's see. View, hidden geometry. I'm not sure what these lines are for. But we're going to get rid of them. All right, let's select all of our vents and clean them up and remove materials just in case there aren't any materials in them. We don't know. Okay. Everything is pretty much done and ready to go, I think. I feel like there are two flies flying around, like right at my face. All right, I want to remove the material of the carpet. We're going to go ahead and clean that too. We're going to delete this girl. All right, so our doors have their hinges. Our doorknobs have been cleaned. Let's go ahead and modify this. Okay, let's turn on, let's turn off the floors and doors. Let's turn on the trim. Looks like something's missing, so I need to go turn the doors on again real quick. And then grab this one. This is under the doors. It needs to not be under the doors. Untagged. Perfect. Control X. Control Shift Paste. All right, so what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to take all of my hinges and take them out of the trim and Control Shift Paste, group. Okay. And we're going to make sure all of our hinges are under hardware. So honestly, let's see, hinges. So we're going to add a new tag called hardware. And then we're going to put that under hardware. Even though it's going to also be indoors, or maybe it's going to be in trim. So it's also going to be in trim. So if I turn the trim off, that whole piece should disappear as well as the hinges. But if I turn the trim on and I turn off hardware, you should see a piece of that disappear without the trim disappearing. So we're going to do the same thing in this door category, and we're going to put this hardware in the hardware category, even though this is a part of the door. So if we open the door, we want all the hardware associated to fall in there as well. Okay, so this is all hardware. Let's turn the hardware off. Perfect. Ungroup. Or explode, I guess. Okay. group, and hardware. Perfect. Honestly, I could put, instead of having lights under electrical, we're going to add one called fixtures. And we're going to put the lights under fixtures, but in the light, anything that is a light object Shift S. We're going to make sure that that is under the lights category, so that if we turn the lights off, all the lights actually disappear and the fixtures stay. I'm going to make sure that this glass is under the glass category. All right, so this should go under fixtures. Okay, let's turn off our glass. Let's turn off our lights. Perfect. So our lights go away individual to the fixtures. Great. Instead of it saying air vent, I'm going to change this to vents. Okay, let's turn off our trim. Let's turn off our windows. Turn off our vents. And I'm going to turn my ceilings back on. Okay. Man, everything is starting to look good. Let's turn off the electrical. Let's turn off the doors. Let's turn the hardware on first. Perfect. I think we need to add some depth to this panel over here. Not exactly sure what happened there. Let's go P. Okay. Let's make a quick modification here. Let's figure out the best method for this. Let's just push this out. 0.5. And then we'll clean it up. Well, that should have done the trick. Let's get rid of one of those lines in there, and that should help. Now clean. All right, and that fixes an issue with one wall. Let's check our, so if I delete this, what am I going to see? Okay. Let's turn the ceilings off and then check our floors. Turn the doors off, turn the fixtures off, and turn the windows back on. Cool. Let's turn off the glass. All right, looks like our glass was never tagged. So glass. Perfect. And let's turn on our floors. Turn the window off and floors. All right, I don't think there's anything else for us to clean. So doors, trim, vents, windows, ceiling, fixtures, electrical, and walls. Perfect. The walls are the only things that I might leave a texture on for now. And I'm going to go to view, section cuts, and save. All right, I've got to go move these kids to their bed real quick. I'm going to let this video play while I go do that. Be right back. Cool. Move the kids to the bed. And now let's start rendering. So, save. Now I have removed pretty much all the materials. I'm going to open up V-Ray. And I'm going to figure out which materials. Let's see. Can't read properties. I don't know what this is about. There's something that can't be read. Whatever it is, I'm going to delete it. Okay, untagged materials. Lights, dome light, fan light, mesh light 1. Let's see if we can select objects in scene. Okay, so we're going to call this I don't know what I'm going to call this light, but it is a, let's just call it hall fixture light, or light dash hall. Call this light dash fan. And I'll do this because I want the word light to be first, so that if I organize them in alphabetical order, all the lights will be together. And then, like, you got dome light, you have rectangle light. We'll call this light window. Window bedroom 2. Even though this is the first bedroom in the house that I'm designing. All right, I'm going to close the lights out, or let's see, lights, untagged. Can I rename this tag? I don't know. All right, geometries, doors, windows. Oh, okay, these are our section planes. And then we have an environment sky. I don't have an HDRI in here yet, so you won't see like a sky and clouds or a distance, like anything in the distance out of the window. Now, materials. Did I purge all the materials we're not using? That would be great. Let's see. Select objects in scene. I don't think there's anything with this tag of paint. So paint grade MDF. Don't know what that is. We're going to delete it. LED clear. Select objects in scene. All right, so this clear glass. Uh-oh, there's a little bit of an issue. Let's reverse this face. All right, so I made the back of the faces red. For example, if I delete this face, you'll see all red in there. I made it red so that I can see any issues with materials in the scene very easily. Because the default like white to light gray background, or the back face being gray, the front face being white, is very hard to depict when some white faces turn gray when you look at it from different angles. So LED clear, chrome polished. We're going to delete this. Stain grade wood. We're going to delete that because it's not even, I don't know if I have anything in the scene with that. Wall paint bumpy. We're going to keep that. Wall paint white. I'll keep that. Window translucent. Let's select objects in scene. So that is our window texture. And what is this material then? So LED clear. Let's change the name of this to glass LED clear. Okay, and glass translucent gray. We don't need it to say window. Translucent gray. Okay, wall paint, 1 meter. Let's make sure that it is 1 meter in the material editor. So edit, what's the size of 1 meter? And then really what I can do is I can go into the rendering mode to determine the size of our paint. But let's see, 1 meter. I can just go in here and change it to 1M, and it should be exactly where it's the correct texture size, 1 meter. Okay, wall paint white, wall paint bumpy. I'm going to set the ceiling to wall paint white. So select the ceiling and apply to selection. And then I also want this exterior wall right here to be white. So bumpy, wall paint white, apply to selection. Actually, let's go to scene 4. I want to remove the ceiling paint. I want to make sure that I have it set to white. So ceiling, apply to selection. Perfect. Wall paint white. Okay. Wall paint. Bumpy. Got our mirror texture. And what I can do for fun is I can put a mirror on one of these doors. Glass, translucent, gray, glass, mirror, perfect. Materials, untagged. So I think is that all of our materials in the scene? That's good news. And the further you zoom away from these screws, the more like the thicker they look, the more detail, like seeing the detail is very important to me. Let's see what's happening in here. If I delete this, what's going to be in there? Nothing. Shift H. So if I delete this face, what do we see then? Bunch of random. It's super weird for this to be like this and there to not have been like a hole added in here. Is it because it's on the other side? It's because it's on the other side. Now, won't you look at that? And for these doors, it's on the other side as well. I think that's a good thing. That's something I've never thought of. When you're building a house and when you're installing doorknobs, it's probably safe to put like the non-adult rooms and other rooms to put the screw on the outside of the door. I've never thought about that. Literally until now. Okay, so all of our textures are good. I might want to put the blinds. What is the material on these blinds and why is everything so out of place? Okay, so something we have to do to the blinds real quick is rotate them. So let's do a Q. Let's go from the center of this and let's set our rotation to this orientation. All right, I'm going to go down to the bottom of these blinds and grab this one. All right, and then we're going to make sure that these are somewhat properly aligned. Here. Easy fix. Easy fix. Let's just get to the very top of this. And let's make sure that this is centered. And we'll use the center of this tube. To put that right in the middle. And then we're going to rotate it one more time. So Q. And go to the very bottom of it. And we're going to grab the one at the bottom from that center point. And then let's just find a little center piece. And boom. Now I'll grab this and I'll do a stretch. And then we're going to stretch it down. See, can we manually do this without it snapping to anything? Let's put it right there for now. And then let's move it down just a hair. Let me check the top first before I do that. I see. Looks like there was a bit of an issue with the number of blinds that I have versus the number of... okay. Let's undo that real quick. And I guess we're going to have to just count these real quick and see how many spaces we have versus blinds. So 1, 2... Oh, this is going to be fun. Or... I know what I can do to make this so much easier. Here's what we'll do. We'll go into this and delete all of these. Select all connected. Delete it. Okay. And then let's make an adjustment to this one to rotate it. Just a hair. That's perfect. And then let's move it up. Just enough to get it right on top of this little thing. Okay. Now, let's do a move. And let's say we want to move it from this point, control, down. See this point where it intersects. And then we'll type on the keyboard 20x, 30x, 40x, 45x, 46x. And we fixed it, I think. Yep. And that's how you do that. So you've got our blinds without having to figure out exactly how to space it, because this little thing that I designed is equally spaced. I used basically the procedural math method to design this tube-like thing that holds the blinds together. And then I deleted all the individual blinds except for one, and then just physically moved one of the pieces down to the next section, and then you can type on your keyboard, X23 to repeat that process 23 times, or to duplicate that one single blind 23 times, right? So let me just show you that in a more simple term. And I don't know why there are textures on any of this, which I thought I deleted all the textures off of it. So let's just do that again. Like, none of this should have textures. I must have accidentally selected the windows. Shift H. All right, yeah, all of our windows should be clear of textures. All right, yep, that's right, that's good. Now, let me adjust this wall just a little bit. Let me see what's in here. P, oh, okay, no, we'll keep it there. Escape. All right, and this part of the wall is also supposed to have the same texture. I think it does. Yeah, okay, cool. So basically, here's how that works. You have a rectangle and you push it out into a cube. You group that cube. Okay, and then you move it and hit Control to duplicate it. And now you can do ×4, enter, times, or X3, enter, X2, enter, X1, enter, X10, enter, right? All right, or you can go like this and grab it, press Q, and then do a rotation from here. Press Control to duplicate it, and then you can go X7, enter. All right, so a lot of different ways you can do some like really cool things. The last thing is, let's make this a group and then make it a component, and let's call it random box. Okay, let's move it with Q and Control. Let's do X7. All right, so if I go and edit this component, let's say use a push-pull tool. Okay, this is a really cool way to edit components and to make your workflow that much faster. Offset and push this in. Let's do another offset. Pull this out. Or in. Offset. Push this out. Offset. And then push this one all the way out to the other side. Okay, so escape. Now, like, that's a really cool way to just not procedurally, but just to enhance your workflow when you know you're going to be modifying one object or building out an object. You can use math and components to be able to like really create some cool stuff. This could be a set of lights, you know what I'm saying? So just cool little tip for fun. Now, what is this texture on the ceiling? Didn't we want to use the same texture on here? 1 meter? Yeah, we did. So There we go. Okay, now we can start rendering. And what I'll do is inside of the blinds or the window object, I'm gonna grab the blinds, and even though they're in the technically in the window object, I guess I'm gonna double click in there, and then we're gonna add a new tag called blinds. Okay, so any window that has blinds, we can then put those blinds under the blinds tag and hide the blinds individually. Now we can start our rendering process. So let's go back to scene 4. Let's go to scenes. And in scene 4, I don't want to include hidden geometry, hidden objects, visible tags, or active section planes, style and fog, shadow settings, axis look. All we want to change is the camera location and include animations for all these scenes. So let's uncheck everything else. Okay, let's close out materials for a second. Let's close the scenes. Let's go back to view, section planes, section cuts. We're gonna cut those out. Let's hide the blinds, so tags. Let's see if this makes any difference. Perfect. Just how I wanted it to be. Okay. So this is our scene. And now it's time to start a little bit of rendering. We're going to go into our settings. And, you know, these materials will not matter in Unreal Engine because our goal is not to bring over the materials. Before we move any of these objects over to Unreal Engine, we're going to delete all the materials off of everything. But before I do anything under Unreal Engine related, I'm going to want to visualize the scene with materials in V-Ray so that I can get a rendering in V-Ray, but also I want to get a good feel for the placement of things, lighting, to see if there's anything physically I want to change about the model before I ever get over into editing in Unreal. What I want to do really quick too is I want to go into this door model, and I want to rotate this mirror around to the other side, and then we're going to duplicate that mirror. Actually, you know what? We're not going to do that yet. We're not going to do that yet. We're going to focus on, yeah. We're not going to do that yet. Never mind. So let's go back to V-Ray settings, camera, render output. We're going to set this to 800 by 800. CUDA GPU. I don't know if RTX is faster. Let's see, RTX. CUDA has CPU and my 2 graphics cards that it's going to use. We're going to do progressive, and we're going to do medium quality. Update effects often, very often, denoiser, V-Ray, NVIDIA AI. Let's try NVIDIA AI denoiser. Okay, camera. I'm gonna keep all the camera stuff the same. We're gonna set this to 1 by 1, 800 by 800 aspect ratio, and let's do a interactive rendering. But we want to do a no material override because the only materials we have are the walls, ceilings, and the glass. And we are going to adjust our lights. So before I do this rendering, let's step outside and adjust the scale of this light. I want a big light. All right, let's move it. Let me grab a line real quick and draw it from here out. All right, and let's move this light further away from the window. Okay, let's go back to our scene. Let's go ahead and click save. And let's do our interactive rendering. All right, so because we only have like 4 textures now, compiling the textures should be a really fast process, and editing the scene for lighting should be also a really quick and easy process. So this part, before adding a whole bunch of objects, we add all the necessary fixtures and things, doors, windows, walls. No carpet yet. We don't need carpet yet. Now, let's go edit our lights. Dome light. Set to 1. Let's set it to lumens. Wait a minute. Something's happening here. With our window texture. We must have deleted a text. All right, let's go to materials. And all of this should be, is it because we renamed it? Apply to selection. Oh my God, that AI denoiser is crazy. Look at how quickly that is rendering. Wow. Okay, let's go back to scene 4. Oh, wow. All right, let's modify our fan light. So right now we have it set to radiant power. I want to see what it looks like with radiance. And what another thing I like to do is turn off the dome light. Well, actually, no, let's keep the dome light on. Let's turn off the fan light, the hall light, and the window light. Let's turn the sunlight off and see what's with the dome light. Dome light we can set to 100. It's set to lumens. Let's see what luminance looks like. Not much of anything. Radiant power. And watts, and then radiance. Let's see what the difference is. All right, so I think radiance is the most realistic looking lighting for the dome light. And I'm just going off of my eye. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like legitimately what most of these settings mean. I don't care. What I care about is what I see and how that compares to real life. So typically, like, you know, if there were no lights on and the doors were all closed, this is a pretty good representation of what this window, what you would see from this window. or, you know, from the inside of the room. This is at night, right? So big differences. You can see there's a little orangish tint to the ceiling fan light, and there's a whitish, you know, the LED light or the light in the hallway, which is different from what I have in the design. It's more white. So we're going to replicate that, but I want to focus on these other light settings first. Of before there was ever a ceiling fan, before there was ever a house, before, you know, with the sun, there's all this light that bounces around outside. So we're going to focus on getting a decent look. And I think this is really good so far, right? Like, look at this. I think that's beautiful. It's so realistic. And I don't have any textures on anything but the ceiling and the walls. The floor is a bare floor. But the ceiling and the walls, and then you can see how the light is kind of hitting. I don't know if you can see that on your screen, but the light somewhat hits this fan over here and everything in a way. Like, this looks so good. Okay, so dome light, I'm satisfied with what the dome light looks like, because I think this is very realistic. Let's crank this up to 1,000 though, just to get an idea of how much more lighting will be in the scene and how much, you know, if this is more realistic looking. Man, if I had 12 of these cards, these video cards, and could do this on a farm, a render farm, or a server, oh my God, I think that's really what I'm going to invest into next year. But yeah, this is pretty realistic. And I would say, like, I really like the look of this. And it's possible that I'll try to find a photo that I can put outside of that window to make it look more appealing. The fact that this is so close to the ground, though, I think might pose a little bit of an issue. But we're going to go with this for dome lighting. Our fan, our hall, those are turned off. Let's turn the sunlight on. And that's going to make a little bit of a difference as well. I do want to soften this sunlight. So let's see, intensity multiplier. Right now it's set to 1. Let's set this to 0.5 and see what happens. And before I do that, I want to zoom in here. All right, so I can get a better idea of what these settings are doing. So I'm going to set this intensity multiplier to 0.5. And I think that softens that light up a little bit, because if I set this to 5, it's going to be way too bright, super harsh. But it will light my scene up a lot. Let's pull it back. The best thing that I can do, though, is I can figure out, like, in the daytime, figure out what these settings should be by just, like, when the sun is at its brightest, I'll figure out what the location of the sun is, and I'll match that in my scene. Let's change the direction. So right now it's set to... So we got it set to be like rapidly updating. And this is the angle of the sun. So can we get this to be, yeah, something like this, so it lights up the room a little more. I'm going to go back and change that intensity back to 0.5. Set it to 1.5. And then I want to adjust where the light is. to see if I can get it to maybe bounce off of the wall, but also kind of not go around the corner, but to bounce some light into the bedroom a little bit. Let's set the intensity back to 1 for now. And this sunlight is a little bit yellowy, which might, I don't know how realistic this is because I don't have a reference image of the sun at a particular time of day. But I like how the sun is kind of shining through the window and casting a shadow on the wall. And that's helping give me some, bounce onto things like the fan and this inner side of the room that has no light. I'm going to do a Control Windows T button. Is it Control Windows and T? Control Shift T? I don't know. Windows Shift T? I don't know. Let's see what it is. It is Control Windows T. Yeah, that's what I pressed, isn't it? It must not work right now. I'm trying to keep this window on the top of the screen. Okay, so that's pretty good. That's, although the walls look a little more brown than what's in my references, it is a little more brown, but that's pretty realistic. And I like how the sun is shining through the room. And this is a big part of just, testing lighting, but also a good way to look at materials. Okay, so I'm going to save this scene. So camera, view, animation, add scene. And real quick though, I want to zoom up to this wall. And I want to check out the texture on the wall. Yeah, this all looks pretty good. So right now, there's no paint on these assets like the window. It's just pure white. And those are things that I'm going to have to change. But I think it's okay for the time being. And this is rendering out everything with the exception of, or this is rendering out only glass, the walls, and the ceiling. Let's see what the ceiling looks like. Yeah, this is great. Okay, so now the ceiling fan light, we're going to turn that on. Let me get up close to it so I can see what's happening with this. So one thing I could do to really enhance this fan model is to add more curves to the light, but also to man, what is this glass? What material am I using? Let's see, materials. Glass LED clear. Is that what this is? I think it is LED glass, which means that I can go and adjust my light for the fan and make it much brighter. But let me check out these different light styles. So I'm going to turn off the dome light and the sunlight, and that window light is off. So dome light is off, sunlight is off. If I stop the rendering and start it back, is that dome light going to disappear? Yeah, what are we seeing out there? Dome light, sunlight. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop the rendering for a second. And this is something that'll be able to help me. Is I'm going to go over to the window. And we're going to double click into this. I'm going to grab this window and hit copy. Control Shift paste. I'm going to set this to untagged. I'm going to turn the glass off. And then this one that is tagged or that is still on, I'm going to set a new tag called glass covering. So glass removed. And then we're going to set this to glass removed. And then remove all the materials from it. All right, the reason I'm doing this is so that I can switch between glass and glass removed. And then in these scenes, let's go back to scene 5 and turn glass back on. Wait a minute. Glass removed. Let me turn glass back on. I'm going to save this scene. So view, animation, add scene as scene 6. And I'm going to name this scene fan. Fan close up. All right, let's go back to the window. Let's turn off. Wait, glass removed. Oh, I know what I did. Did I make it a component? I did make it a component. Let's make it unique. And let's add that glass to it. Let's turn it off. We're going to add a new tag called glass windows. And then this one I'm going to rename to glass fixtures. All right, so this is going to be put into glass windows. That way I can do glass windows removed. Okay, and then I can turn off glass windows. There we go. All right, let's go back to our fan and let's start our render over. All right, so the purpose of this is to be able to see what the fan is actually affecting. What are we doing here? Lights, fan, and let's change it to radiant power. Radiant power seems to be the most realistic. Luminance, not so much. Luminous power, not so much. Scalar, radiant. Oh man, but it makes, oh man, I don't know. That's a tough decision right there. But it lights my scene up really fast. So let's go back to lumens. Set this to 300 and see what happens. Lumens, luminance, radiance. Radiant. It just looks so bright. And it could potentially be the glass material that I'm using, because it's like a LED glass, and I think that's the difference. So if I go to my materials library and search glass, I need to find a glass that is maybe even like a plastic. I don't know. What kind of glass does a fan use? So it says it's just clear glass, but I don't think that's ceiling fan light covers. Linen glass bowl, marble glass bowl. So what is this glass? Opal glass. Okay, so let's at least try to find something that's in V-Ray material library. Glass frosted. That might be a close. See, glass mirror, glass ornament. Frosted shiny glass. I need something that you can barely see through. I think that's essentially what I'm looking for. It's just something that closely matches what a real pane, like glass paint. Let's see. Let's find it. Let's decide to do. Let's see. Glass mirror, glass. Cobalt. Yeah, I don't have a clue. Glass frosted. All right, so let's try this frosted glass. Apply to selection. I don't know that's going to make that much of a difference. Let's stop and start the rendering back. All right, so if we adjust the fan light to, let's say, 10, what is this going to look like? Set it to 1. Okay, so if we apply regular glass to it, what are we going to see then? Is it because of how thick it is? Yeah, I think something is off about this model, this glass, because we should be able to see inside of there if this was regular glass. So first thing I'm going to do is just go in here and we're going to remove the material. And then let's try the translucent again. Okay, that actually made a difference. So I think that was part of the problem, is we needed to remove the material before we applied anything back to it. So let's go to glass LED and see what that looks like again. Yeah, no, that's not going to be the one. Let's do frosted. So that's essentially what the LED glass looks like. Let me duplicate this translucent glass. No, I think this, I guess this is like pretty close to what we should expect. It's frosted glass. All right, because we're not supposed to see the LEDs inside of it. So now let's go back to lighting. Let's change this to 100. It just looks way too bright. Okay, I think I have an idea. What I'll do, let me stop the rendering. And instead of creating a fake light source, I think we're going to see if we can set this light as hidden, but duplicate it and make it something new. So here's an idea. Let's grab this, copy. Okay, and then let's move this out of the way. Let's strip it. And then we are going to scale it. Let's go from here. And then from here. Perfect. Let's do a Control-Shift paste to put that other one back in place. And then what I want to do is let's cut this somehow. Let's grab a rectangle, place it on top of here, push it up, spread it out. Make it a group, and then move it down. Okay, and then tools, solid, subtract. Great. Actually, I think I need to move it down a little bit more. Let's move it down a little more. Now, solid tools. I gotta remember what this tool is. Alt-Shift-S. Alt-Shift-S. Okay. Right? Yeah. Alt-Shift-S. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to convert this to a light mesh light, and let's rename it light fan extra or hidden. And we're going to set it to, see if we can set it to invisible. Okay, so if we go back to our fan close up, and start an interactive render, it should be hidden. I'm going to set it to 0 so that it's not affecting anything at all. I'm going to set the fan light to 10, and let's do an interactive render again. All right, so I like how that's not totally like whitewashing the scene. Even if I set it, what happens if I set it to 1? Too dark. So 5. Let's go 10. All right, we're gonna set this into its own group. So let's add another group or tag called lights hidden. And then we're gonna set that to be a hidden light. So lights hidden. All right, so if I turn it off, it's not going to affect anything, and then I can go and edit this. Perfect. All right, let me go to View, Hidden Geometry. All right, just wanted to see what we were seeing on here. Okay, so if I turn that hidden light back on, okay. Got it. Got it. That makes sense. Okay, so real quick, I think I figured out a solution. Let's stop our rendering. I'm going to go into this and delete the lights out of there. I'm going to copy Control X. I'm going to go into this, group it, Control Shift Paste. Undo. What's happening here? Control Shift Paste. Okay. Control X. Group. Control Shift Paste. Group. Remove materials. Why is this also translucent? Okay. I know what to do. X. Copy. Control Shift Paste. Group. There we go. All right. So let's make sure there's no materials on there. Alt Shift S. Okay, so I just basically subtracted the planes from the actual glass piece from this one piece right here that we're gonna actually use to fake brighter light in the room. Okay, now I'm gonna convert this to a light. That's exploded. And now I can also select this if I need to. Explode. Save. Okay, now we can convert that to a mesh light. And we're going to call it light fan hidden. Let's delete that one. Light fan hidden. Save. I'm going to set it first to 0. I'm going to go to options, hide it. Let's see, no shadows. Should it? Let's see, shadows. When enabled, the light casts shadows. When disabled, the light does not cast shadows. So I think, yes, we want to use shadows. I don't know. Not double-sided. I don't know. We're going to figure out shadows. Affect reflections. The light appears in reflections of materials. No. The light influences the atmospheric effects in the scene. Specular. The light affects the specular of materials. Okay, so let's try this. Right now it's set to 0. Our fan light is set to 10. Let's do a rendering again. Okay, so now if we turn that on to, let me go down a little bit. Make sure we don't have any really weird artifacts in there, and I don't think we do. Okay, so now let's set it to 10 and see what happens. And 100. Let's pull back a little bit. All right, so that creates a little more realism, I think. Let's set it to 1,000. Let's turn off shadows. Nope, definitely needs to cast shadows. Okay, so I think I found a little bit of the issue that I'm dealing with. So instead of creating like a light ball or light plane, let's delete this light fan hidden. Let's delete it. And what I'm going to do now instead is I'm actually going to delete this layer at the top right here. And let's see if we can delete all of this. So what do we have here? If we delete that, what happens? Perfect. All right. All right, okay. Yeah, so let's do it this way. We'll get rid of all of these. And our materials should still be set to, or not materials, our shading styles. I don't know why this got updated. Again, file, save. Okay. Okay, and then we're going to reverse this face. And we're going to have this be one-sided, a one-sided light. Okay, so this is the only time I think that I will ever recommend doing something like this. I'm going to set this to glass to lights hidden. Let's turn it off. Lights hidden. Okay, so we're going to make this a one-sided texture. But it's going to be a light. So now let's set it back to a mesh light. And we'll call it light fan hidden. I'm going to set it to 1000. I'm going to set the options to invisible, cast shadows, one-sided, affects diffuse. We don't want it to affect reflections. And let's save it and do our rendering again. And this, I think, should give us a much more realistic result. Right, so we can set that to 3000. And the room's going to be super bright because of this light, but it's also going to look a lot more real. Oh, I'm sorry. Look, I have this picture up the whole time and y'all can't even see what I'm doing. I don't think you could see what I'm doing. Yeah, there it is. That's much better looking for a light source, as opposed to actually, you know, let's say we turn that off and then we set our fan light from 10 to 3000. The actual mesh now just looks solid white, and I don't like that. So set that to 10. Could probably even go, let's see what 5 looks like. 10 seems to be like the perfect number. I wonder why nobody else ever really thinks of these tricks the same way. Like my thought process is just insane. So the easier way to do this now, we're going to do the same thing for this light bulb, which right now I have turned off, but the light haul should also be set to 10. And let's stop the rendering. We're going to go into this item. Okay, we're going to grab all these front facing planes. Oops. We're going to do a copy, escape. Let's see, let's turn the glass off. Actually, no, I think I could just paste it in here. Shift S. Okay, Control Shift paste. Remove all materials, make it a group, and convert it to a light. And then we're going to save that mesh light as light haul hidden. I'm going to set it to 3000. Well, actually, you know, I don't know what the setting actually is going to be, but right now we know that that looks good. So invisible, yes. Cast shadows, yes. Double-sided, no. Affect reflections, no. Okay, and then let's go back to our close-up of our fan. And we're going to turn the hall light off. We're going to keep the fan light on. And let's do another rendering. And then let's figure out what we want that light setting to be. I think what we have it as is what we want. But light, fan, hidden. We're going to set it to radiant power. It's super bright. Let's put it to 100. 200. 500. 1,000. Let's do 750. All right, so if we zoom up to this wall, what are we going to see? $750, 1,000. Just trying to see what these details be looking like though. Once this all is that it? Let me select these walls and change the projection. Triplanar modifies the texture placement for the selected objects. A cubic projection will be used with the texture size independent of object scaling. Modifies the texture placement for the selected object. Spherical, texture size independent, object scaling, spherical, world. Let's see, spherical. So triplanar, I think, is the appropriate one. And man, that is like that texture is so rough. Let's go to our textures, wall paint bumpy, and let's make some modifications to this texture real quick. Something's a little off. All right, diffuse, refraction, bump amount. Let's do 0.4. I don't know. 0.1. What happens if we do 0? Doesn't appear to have any kind of effect. If we change it to normal. Yeah, I don't think this makes a difference. There it is. Let's change this to 0.1. Yeah, I think let's find something that looks a little more realistic. I would say that that's pretty fair. I want to turn the denoiser off. Or can I? Let's stop the rendering. turn off the denoiser and render again. Man, the AI denoiser is pretty wild. And this is a more realistic wall texture. So this is where we start to get into just like modifying details for the sake of doing these renders. Okay, let's go back to our close-up of our fan. Perfect. I think this is good. I think this is good. So if I go back to my lights and I turn on, let's see, my fan, my hall light, turn on the hall light. My fan light is set to radiant power. Therefore, my hall light needs to be set to radiant power. Okay. And then that hall fan hidden is radiant. Fan hidden, light, hall height hidden should also be radiant. And I'm going to turn that on. And it should drastically enhance. Whoa, that is way bright. That is way too bright. It sets at 3000. That's why I set it to 1000. Far more realistic looking right there. All right, so that's why we do this separately outside of seeing sunlight come in. I can probably even set this to 500. Let me set the fan light to, yeah, I think this is good. All right, so fan light should have a bit of a yellowish tint. I'm going to make it barely noticeable. And then the fan light hidden, I'm going to do the same thing. Okay. Yeah, that's it. I think that's kind of good. Let's just pull this down just a hair. All right, so let's go back to lights hidden. Let's glass windows removed. All right, and let's bring our glass in here. Let's stop the rendering and then start it back. I'm gonna turn those blinds on. And let's turn our fan lights off. So light fan hidden, light hall hidden. Sunlight. There we go. And I think I can go even further with the sunlight and set it to the intensity to 0.5. Let's see, size multiplier. So intensity 1. Size multiplier. What happens if we go 5? 4. 3. Intensity 2. right, let's turn our lights back on. So light fan hidden, let's set this to 500. And then the hall light, to 300. The other thing that you could consider is your camera settings. So if you want more realism in the end, then you have to also think about like, all right, is this supposed to look like it was taken on a Sony, on an iPhone? And then you can go to Google and figure out what settings your V-Ray camera should be set to get that iPhone camera depth and quality. Okay, so now let's have a little more fun and figure out what paint we're going to use. So porcelain, ceramic white tiles, car paint, plastic translucent white. I bet our fan could use this color, this plastic translucent white color. So let's try that real quick. Let's stop our rendering and file save. We're going to hide our hidden lights. So lights hidden. Hidden. This should be, yeah, lights hidden. So lights hidden, let's turn those off. What? This should be glass fixtures. This should be lights hidden. Okay, so let's turn off lights hidden. I'm just slightly confused here. Let's delete, undo. All right, so this is glass fixture, so let me turn that off. Ah, lights hidden. So this is actually supposed to be lights fixtures, or just lights. Let's turn lights off. And then this one is supposed to be lights hidden. Let's turn lights hidden off and then lights back on. There we go. That's more like it. Let's turn glass. Okay, there we go. Save. All right, there we go. I don't know what I was like about to get ready to do there, but I turned the hidden light. Oh, okay, I know what I was about to do. Turn the hidden lights off so that I could test this material on our glass. All right, so glass. We have plastic white, translucent, plastic white, glossy, plastic white, translucent. So I'm going to try this plastic white translucent. Let me Google that real quick and see what it looks like. And I think this is supposed to be the same material for like glass. I think. I don't know. We'll try that later. We'll keep our glass for now. This is a really great start to where this is really where I want to be. But let's go and find plastic white bumped. I don't want to use a bumpy plastic. Let's see. Pearl white. Plastic white. Porcelain. Ceramic white tile. So I need something that I can put on tiles. Or not tiles, on trim. Pure white glossy plastic. And really it's supposed to be wood. Got plywood. Anything that looks more white we could potentially try, but see, wood. What is this? Yeah, I don't think we're gonna find what we're looking for with this. Let's search for plastic. AV plastic. Plastic Bianca Lucida. I want to know what this looks like, so let's add to scene. And let's try this out. Let's add this other white to scene too. AV plastic, add to scene. Not exactly sure what AV plastic is. I'm going to put white in front of that. Beige. So I'm going to rename these by color. White wall paint. White AV plastic. Glass, glass, glass. Reflective. So let's try this Bianca, whatever this is, plastic. And we're going to put this on the trim. So let's select trim, select all tagged, and apply to selection. And this trim, I think, is already going to be, it's 10 inches. I have no idea what the appropriate size of this is, but let's do a quick render and find out. Let's turn our lights back on. So let's unhide lights hidden. Honestly, we can go to the window and get a better idea of what we're dealing with here. Okay, it's glossy, I can tell you that much. We want to project this around, so let's do this. So that essentially it's all connected. Try planar. Instead of accidentally like repeating itself. Like a glossy paint. And you know, I don't think that's a bad idea for the trim. But it's definitely not very realistic. I do like the material. So let's remove that and try the AV plastic white. Because that's a good white for a countertop. So let's do AV plastic and apply to selection. And then let's make sure it is projected correctly. I would say that's a lot more realistic. Yep. All right, so all of our white assets, let's go ahead and stop the rendering. We're going to apply this to the selection. I'm going to apply this paint, AV plastic, and then make sure it's accurately group, apply to selection, and Control save. We got to figure out something with this though. Don't know what I want to do with that. Let's go to view and turn off hidden geometry. We got white plastic. Do we have any type of rope? Nope. Fabric. So fabric 24. Let's add to scene and see what that looks like. It's like a regular fabric. What's fabric 25? Nope, not going to use either of those. Delete those two. All right, I think we could probably work with this. And let's see if we can make it a little more white. Reflection color, diffuse. Oh, I see. Color manipulation. Let's see, color gain. All right, we can just keep this as is, not take it too seriously. Whoops. We're gonna say gray fabric. And then we're gonna apply that to the selection and make sure it's got a triplanar selection. And that might take a second. Save. All right, all of our trim has a material. And these vents can have that other white material. So let's select all of our vents. Right click, select all tagged. And then we're going to give it that white plastic color. Apply to selection and triplanar. Okay, save. I do want the fixtures to be some metallic or black. Let's see. So plastic, metal, black. We don't want anything super glossy. But we do want something dark. So metal, painted, bumpy. And this is just a decent part of the process that, you know, it takes a little time. Metallic paint, silver. Can we get a metallic paint that's black? Coffee table, brushed metal. I want to try that coffee table brush metal and see if I can modify it. Okay, let's see, diffuse, displacement, material, binding, color, opacity, texture, reflection color. I don't think there is much of anything else. Opacity. Why do we want any opacity on this? All right, that looks like a nice metallic or like a nice kind of metal, I think. Okay, so let's go ahead and change this to black. Coffee table brush metal. And we're going to apply. I'm going to select all the stuff that we want to add this to. Let's see, apply to selection, triplanar. Whoops. Control X, Control Shift Paste. Apply to selection. All right, this is the fun part, I guess. Apply to selection. Oh, I see what I did there. Now we're going to put all of these into a group. Okay, apply to selection and triplanar. And I think that's it for that. Now let's get the fan. Those light switches and plates usually have a pretty metallic look to them as well. We're going to make this also be black. So apply to selection, triplanar. Same thing with this, apply to selection, triplanar. I don't know what color I'm going to make that part of the fan just yet. Let me turn off my lights and the glass. Fixtures. Yeah, we don't know what color we want this to be yet. I don't think it makes sense for the entire thing to be black. Maybe some silver, some sort of like metal. So let's do this coffee table brush metal again. And we're going to set this to reflective or silver. And then let's apply to selection, triplanar. I think I want something on here to be silver as well. So let's figure out what. Most of this is going to be black. So maybe these pieces can be silver. No idea. Maybe let's keep it black for now. Oh, I made a mistake. Let's remove. I accidentally put a texture on our hinges. For some reason I can't remove the texture from these. Remove the material from our hinges. Okay. Let's try to apply a different material then. Black metal. Apply to selection. All right, so I know y'all aren't having the most fun. But hey, this is part of the process. One item at a time. And you know, when I start bringing other models into this furniture and whatnot, I will texture that furniture as soon as it's brought into as soon as it's brought in. Let's set this also to black. So I will optimize every piece of furniture individually. Okay. That's fine. And just like my fabric, I want my doors to have that white AV plastic look. This should be silver. This should be also white, I think. All right, now our switches. White AV plastic or plastica. I think this one's supposed to be the plastica. While this is supposed to be the AV plastic. And then these screws we're gonna make also white. Plastica. Not worried about the boxes. Let's get the plug. Plastica. And I'm going to rename this so that I can know it's like glossy. I think all of our plugs are good. Let's check our other outlet. And we should be good to go. Control S to save. Let's go back to our scene 4. Oh, one more thing. Give it that glossy look. These, whoops, did I give it glossy? I don't think so. Let me delete it. AV plastic. All right, and these are, we're gonna make this nut black. And then this piece is gonna be silver. Check around the room. I think that's everything. Let's go back to scene 4. Let's turn on our hidden lights and our regular lights, our glass fixtures. And file save. And let's check out our rendering. All right, everything's starting to look a lot more realistic because we have reflective properties for the vents as well. Now you got some reflections happening on the doors, as they should. I think we have the appropriate materials on a lot of these items. So yeah, this is starting to look great. The only thing that's really missing is the floor. You see there's reflection. I don't know if you can really tell. There's a little bit of reflectiveness on the trim. The trim is all using the same material. And I think this is pretty good so far. So, oh man, I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Okay, so, I can scale this up and give y'all a closer preview, because what it looks like on my computer, like from my eyes anyways, is much better than what you might be able to see in the stream. One of the primary things that's missing is the carpet. Let's go close up to the window and see what we see. Yeah, I'd say that that's pretty realistic. Minor details on the window, but we're never going to have the camera close enough to see these minor details, that like the minor imperfections, such as you can see through the model a little bit, but that reflectiveness on the top of the windowsill is the perfect texture, right? So we can create some imperfections. I can throw a table and a couple of other objects in here if I really wanted or needed to. Let's see what these are looking like here. All right, let's make sure that those lights were invisible. Lights, let's see, light, hall, hidden. It is invisible. Single-sided shadows does not affect reflective. Let's see what happens when we turn off specular. I do feel like it's a lot more realistic for the specular to be affected, but I'm going to have to use some real world data to confirm that. Let's go back to the fan and turn off specular and see what we notice. Yeah, so I'm going to turn it off for now. I'm going to set my light for the hall to be a little lower. Let's say 5. Let me see what this looks like. One. All right, I think that gives us a little more of a realistic look. Except the fan does not, so that fan needs to stay at 10. Cool, there we have it. This is starting to look really great. One of the biggest details that's missing is like the exterior. But if we go and look at things like, the vents for the most part, minus I guess the design of the fan itself, the fan's light bulb itself, or the glass piece. That's something that we can change. Everything else looks really nice. You can see into the vents. So let's say the light for the fan, let's try to make that, let's see what that specular actually does. Specular. Yeah, I guess that does make a positive difference. Okay, so scene 1 is here. And if carpet was in this scene, I think everything would look very photoreal. The specular on that fan is a little crazy. And the other thing that I could do to make it a little more realistic is adjust my camera settings for exposure. So instead of having these settings to be so high, so light, Hall, hidden, let's turn off specular for both. And I think that's going to create a little more realism. Take a little longer to render. I'm okay with that. Light, Hall, hidden, Hall. Okay, everything else looks pretty solid. I've got the ceiling texture that I want. Let's go to scene 2. All right, so now I can go to my settings and adjust this from render output to be widescreen. And then let's do 1920. And then, yeah, that's the typical size of a iPhone. All right, scene 2, let's go to camera, parallel projection. Whoops, not parallel projection, camera, 2-point perspective. And I'll save this scene. View, update scene. Let's go to view 1. camera, 2-point perspective, view, animation, update scene, scene 3. View, camera, 2-point perspective. And once this renders, you know, everything looks pretty good. Because I don't have a hallway designed or any other rooms, that light coming under the door is pretty harsh. Let's see, animation, environment. Save frame, widescreen. Let's go to camera. Standard camera. All right, I can modify the exposure. But this is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Okay, scene 5. Camera, 2-point perspective. Okay, view, animation, update. Nice. Real quick, I'm going to go up close to the fan. So that I can see the quality of these materials. Now, it's going to make a big difference if our model has a higher poly count for what we see in the materials. But I think this is a really good representation of this black, like metallic kind of look, plasticky look I was going for. And the reflections, the brown that's coming from the wall, the light, the bounce light off of the floor, which you can see here. Yeah, so this is pretty solid. Better fan model would be great, but you know, that's the last thing, is just having a really good fan model. But if we're not close enough to the fan to see those details, then, you know, the realism is good. All that we need now is a good carpet. So getting a good settings for the carpet is going to be tough. What we'll have to do is override some materials. So I can go to render, I can go to glass, LED clear, glass translucent. So glass LED clear. We're going to uncheck the can be overridden section selection. Let me stop this render and move it out of the way. All the glass, we're going to turn off the can be overridden option. All right, so I'm going to go to settings. I'm going to do a material override. I'm going to change this back to 1 to 1 and file save. And then I'm going to add a very small, let's grab this floor plane. Have we had the floor off this entire? No, we didn't, right? Okay. Okay. Copy, paste, push. One 30-second. Make group. And then what I want to do is select all of my trim. Do a copy and go into this group, group this, paste, what? Okay. Let's do this manually then. Copy. Set this to, okay. Let's go into this group, paste, explode, explode, explode. Whoops. Make group. All right, let's click out of that. Let's go grab this trim. Let's turn the ceiling off. Copy. Oops. Untagged. What happens if we turn the floors off? Okay, good. That's what we wanted. Control Shift Paste. Okay, let me go into this, delete that, delete that, delete that. Oh no. Oh, okay, okay. I see what's going on here. Okay. And explode. Make group. All right. So all I'm doing here, let me see what you can see, is grabbing all of the trim on the floor to delete from this asset that I just created, which is supposed to be carpet, which is going to be carpet. All right. So with that selected, I'll go Alt Shift S. One or more of the selected objects either not a solid or is locked. Cancel. All right. Somehow something is not solid. So let's figure out what about this isn't solid. So let's grab this and clean up with last settings. And let's do the clean, and we're going to do a, let's see, merge, ignore normal, split, cancel. All right, so this might work now. Alt Shift S. Nope, it's not a solid for some reason. There's a little bit of a gap in there, surprisingly. Okay. Oops. Make it a group. Make it a group. Make it a group. explode. Alt Shift S. Ah. All right, so for some reason these aren't solid, and we've got to figure out why. What do you mean it's not a solid? Clean with less settings. Okay. Extensions. Close all edge gaps. Might have had something to do with this. And then let's do a clean again. Yeah, that didn't quite do what I wanted it to do. So let's see if we can fix that. Because if we can modify this one object to get rid of all these unnecessary internal lines, maybe then it'll be easier for us to use this as a with the Boolean, with the intent to perform a Boolean operation. So let's find out. Okay, so let's do Alt Shift S. Really? This is not a solid? There's no way it's not a solid. All right, so extensions, let's go to tools, sandbox, edge tools, erase stray curves, no stray curves, tools, sandbox, edge tools, close all edge gaps. Yes. Alt Shift S. It's not a solid or is locked. Okay. Explode. Okay. Group. Yeah, hell, I don't know. Let's delete this real quick. See, there are a bunch of edges in there, and it might even just be this one edge. Let's try it again. Nope. Yeah, I'm not seeing any miscellaneous edges in there. Let's check here. I probably know what it is. I think I know what it is. It's got to be these corner pieces throwing the whole thing off. So let's undo, and then we're going to get rid of the top of this. Okay, so I'm going to draw a rectangle. I think this could be a solution. So R, P, whoops, P. Okay, so I'm just going to grab all of this. We're going to explode it. Okay. Select all connected. Intersect faces with selection. It's going to take a minute. Okay, let's delete all of this. Oh. All right, I think this is going to be a fair solution worth trying. I just got to go corner by corner. And we're just creating a carpet that subtracts. We're using this to subtract all the baseboards from the carpet. Okay. Would have never noticed that all the trim for the interior doors were a bit higher. Man, this fly is so annoying. Like the size of a fly compared to the size of this room, and the fact that it just insists on flying right by my face. kudos to anybody that has like the slightest idea of what I'm doing right now. Because if you don't have a clue, and you're lost, oh man. Oh, we got some hidden geometry. And that's probably why things weren't working like they were supposed to. Yeah, no clue what was going on with that. Yeah, this fly about to get uppercut for real. All right, I'm making one big solid piece. Which required a lot of trial and error. And when all is said and done, I think you'll have a clear understanding of what we were trying to accomplish. What we are trying to accomplish. Or better yet, what we're about to accomplish. How about that? Not trying. Okay, so let's take this floor piece. Let's do a move. Okay. Control X. And Control Shift paste. Move. Let's see. Intersect with selection. Right click. Let's group. And then all this other stuff that was hidden to be deleted. Now, clean up. And Alt-Shift-S. Boom, there we go. Now we have our carpet. All right, so let's do a tag for carpet. And let's put this in carpet. Turn our ceilings on, floors on, and our walls on. Let's go into the scene. And let's go down to the floor. All right, so we have carpet and a floor. Now that we just did all of that, let's save it. And we're going to select this floor, let's turn the floor off and select the carpet. All right. Now, how do we make this a V-Ray carpet? Geometries. Add fur to selection. Okay, I need to explode and add fur to selection. Now, the fun part. Settings, material override is on. Let's get that interactive rendering going. And we get to play with the carpet. Okay, and this is why I'm using material override, so that now I can go to my fur settings and adjust the height of my fur to be way small. Point 16 seems to be a decent height. Count in the area. I see thickness. So real quick, I guess this is fine. This is good. So thickness 0.2. Taper. What does taper mean? Taper to the individual strands of fur, increasing its value, make each strand thinner at its current upper and wider at its base. So increasing will make it thinner at the top, wider at the base. So let's set the thickness to 0.1. And I know you guys can't see what's happening right now. The quality, I don't think you can see what's happening, but basically I'm creating carpet with the V-Ray fur tool. Now, I don't want that big of a taper. Because basically these are little strands. Okay, gravity, bend, length, 0.16. Let's set this to 0.10. Gravity. It was just set to -3. So let's see. Controls the force that pulls the fur strands down. So -0.3. If we set it to -1, what happens? We want more bend. If If I set it to 0, that means there's no gravity. So if it's -5, does that mean it's bent more? Yes, it does. Okay, bend or gravity, the force, the bend. I think we do want it bent. And then, let's see, the bend is at 0.5. So I'm bending over to like look at the carpet while I do this. So bend, maybe we can adjust the gravity just slightly and let it be less bent. And we're going to render this as real carpet. So gravity. Great. 0.06. .03. All right, what is knots? Controls the number of connected straight segments. The first strands are rendered in. No idea. So length, direction, .04. What if it's 0? Will they all be facing the same way? I think so. 10. Oh, 0.4. LOD. Let's see if we can get a little closer to the floor. Let's turn the blinds off. Give us a little more light. Dome light on. I wonder if this directional light will help. Okay. Level of detail. Viewer generate less fur geometry for parts of the scene that are far away from the camera. This is done by decreasing the density of the fur strands and increasing their thickness. The level of detail function helps for 2 things. 1, memory. Okay, let's turn this on. The rate at which the level of detail adjusted is applied, starting from the distance specified. V-rate decreases the density, increases the thickness. Start distance, close to the camera. So up to this distance, the fur will be generated as a specified by the user. What happens if we do 1? Or 0.1? Or 0.01? So let's increase this to 50. That's a lot. It's got to build all of that hair. Okay, not bad. After that, V-Ray will decrease the density and increase the thickness of the strand by a factor of 2 for every space specified by the rate parameter. Right. Just turn this off real quick and see what happens. Does that give us more or less in front of the camera? Honestly, I can't tell the difference. And I know what I can do to speed this process up, which I'm about to do. I'm going to create a small circle to apply this to instead of doing it on the entire carpet. So real quick, let me let me stop the render. And this is set to carpet. I'm going to turn the carpet off. Well, actually, let me save this camera perspective. So view, animation, add scene. Okay. And what I'll do is right here at this corner, I'm going to draw, let me turn the carpet off. Okay, yeah, I'm going to draw a circle on top of this. A small circle, C. Just right here. Okay, turn the carpet off, and then we're going to push the circle down. So turn the floors on. I'm going to push the circle down to the floor. And, you know, that might not even be necessary. Let's make it a group. And I can go in here and apply this to the selection. And let's start my rendering back. And go back to my camera close up. And you know, I can even, let's stop the rendering. Let's turn the carpet on. Let's turn off the walls for a second. And let's turn off the floor. For our carpet, we're going to delete that. Let's go back to this scene and start rendering again. Oh, forgot to turn my walls back on and my floors. Okay, so this is going to be a much quicker process, I think. All right, so we can increase our density count. Let's do 2,500. Okay, 5,000. All right, so let's add a box. Copy. Paste. Group. Move. Reverse faces, and let's push this up. Oh, push. And let's convert this to a light. And set that light, mesh light. This is going to be a temporary light. It's like a radiance. And give it 3. Oh, no, 10. Okay, so we can really see what's happening with this carpet that we have. Let's go 20. Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad at all. 2,500 is a lot of fur to render, or 5,000 anyways. Length, thickness, so let's set it to 0.2 and see what happens. And I would say that that is pretty realistic looking from a distance, I think. It's probably really what the carpet would look like. I'm going to go back and set that light from 20 to 10. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. Length, thickness. So 0.0. Let's go 5. Let's see what happens. 0.05. And then thickness 0.04. Okay, length 0.02. Point 0.01. Point 0.1 thickness. All right, so if I zoom back, if I get away from this, what is this carpet gonna look like? I would say that that's a pretty decent look for a carpet. Okay, and if I go to the edge, what happens at the edge? I'm okay with this being like it is. It's going to take a lot to render a carpet with 5 million strands. But once the program starts to do the rendering, it'll look so much more realistic, since this is a actual light will actually be bouncing off of this and will texture it appropriately. Okay, so I'm cool with what this looks like. I just need to add a texture or something to it. So let's stop the render. Let's turn off this little carpet light. So we're going to add a tag for carpet preview. And then we're going to throw both of these into carpet preview and turn them off. Okay, and then for our actual carpet, I'm going to add apply to selection. And we need to add a material. So your first carpet color at 100 centimeters. Let's see, 100 cm. Okay, that's correct. Okay, and apply to selection. Let's do triplanar. I don't think that really matters. All right, and let's go back up to scene 4. Oh boy. Now, this one might take a minute to render. So we're going to go ahead and set the rendering quality to much higher and to widescreen. Denoiser, V-Ray. Cuda. Let's make sure we have our blinds turned on, our glass, carpet, everything is turned on. This is going to be high quality. And this is going to be a single rendering. So, fuck, let's give it a shot and see what this turns into. Oh boy. Probably should have saved it before I did this. And we're going to shut it off here after we do this rendering. Compiling geometry. It's going to take a while to compile the geometry for the carpet, but we're going to let it do its thing. Oh no. I don't think error can error. I don't think V-Ray can handle it. So let's stop the rendering real quick. Save. And then we're going to close and reopen this whole project. And we probably have way too many carpet pieces down there, and I can probably decrease the pieces. Let's try to do that real quick. Let's have it set to 5,000. And let's do a quick interactive render and see if it works. Building hair SD tree. It looks like we might get away with it this time. The purpose of these streams is not for anybody to follow along, The purpose of this stream is to make sure that when I finish the project, you'll know that it took me 12 hours to do it, or however many, and you will be able to go and watch all of what I did from start to finish, if you want to. I'm going to look at my Google dashboard for a second and see what some of the analytics for some of these streams have been, which is not much. So what's interesting is one of these live streams lost me a subscriber. Another one of my live streams gained me a subscriber. And, you know, maybe in the hours that I spend, one person per hour watches them. I'll find a way at some point to make these so much more interesting. Cool. I'm up almost 700 hours in the last 38 days. 28. 60 subscribers. Shout out to the one that unsubscribed. Shout out to everybody that subscribed. Averaging about 50 views a day. Cool. Yeah, so I don't think it's going to be possible for me to render with this many. And I'm going to turn the LOD off. So let's start with 500. Save. I don't know if I have to restart the whole program when I get an error with V-Ray. It looks like I may have to. I think I also forgot to turn off override material option. Let's see. My friend got me these chews, these classic chew things. I forget what they're called, but I've been tearing them up. I set the carpet to 500. And I wish there was a way that you could take V-Ray fur and convert it to a static mesh. So when I pull this into Unreal Engine, for example, I would love for there to be a realistic option to convert. And I think it's possible. I think it is possible to take PBR, physically based rendered material, and convert it to a static mesh. Yeah, I don't know if that's possible. In Blender, you can, but I don't think in a real-time like game engine, it's possible. So we set our fur to 500. Something's off. Oh. Abort? Why? Let's turn the carpet off for a second. And let's do an interactive render. Man, that denoise situation is so weird. See what it looks like with the NVIDIA denoiser. It is so, it's super strange. It's really uncanny. I don't like it. Okay, let's quality high. All right, so yeah, our fur situation, I've got to figure out a way to adjust the level of detail. This should be set to 1000 by 1000. And let's set the area to 500. I'm gonna go ahead and file, save. We've turned off material override. I turned off the carpet, but I do want to add that carpet texture to carpet to the floor. Okay, and let's turn the carpet back on. And right now it's set to 500. What happens if we set it to 50? I don't know. Let's do 250. Save, and let's do a test render. And it may work, it may not work. Building SD hair tree. $60 subscribers in the last month, up 293%. Just from creating content. It's pretty good, I think. It looked like it might actually try to render. And right now the carpet is set to 500. We're not using a denoiser. The fur is set to 250. I'm going to attempt to get another render with it set to 300. I'm going to push it and push it. Excuse me. Okay, I mean, this is starting to look like something. So what I want to do is I want to stop this rendering. And we're going to let it stop. We're going to go to a real render. And then we're going to output an image. Once that image is output, then I will throw it up on the screen so you can see what the results. I might brighten it up, like modify the image a little bit, brighten it up. I'm going to throw it up on the screen so you can see the results. Yeah, so when you do a real rendering, I don't know what the difference is and why it struggles with that. But let me save, close. We're going to update, increase the count from 250 to 500. We might even go all the way up to 1,000. And let's see what it does with 1,000. I think that's too much, but let's give it a go at 1,000. Quality. We can set the quality to medium plus. Grab the material for fur. How big of a difference would it be at 2000? Let's find out. And then do an interactive render. It's probably not going to work, but let's push it and then scale back every time that it fails. And then it's bedtime for your boy. I need a fly swatter. Okay, V-Ray fur count area. It looks like this is going to abandon. So let's do best V-Ray settings, best V-Ray fur settings for realistic carpet. We're going to stop this rendering. We're going to abort. And we're going to adjust some settings to the V-Ray fur. All right. So let's do this. All right. V-Ray fur. Length to 0125. I don't even think this is going to be accurate. We're going to try it. Thickness 0.02. Per area. You know, I don't know. I'm gonna have to experiment with this. V-Ray fur carpet. We're gonna watch a V-Ray video on YouTube real quick.
Today I will show you how to create photorealist carpets in the Sketchup. This is Monica from eDuck.org. To create carpets, we need to use use V-Ray fur to obtain the best results. I prepare the scene with the carpet, and firstly I will create carpet material. I go to the asset editor, create asset, materials, generic. I will rename it to V-Ray carpet. I will change the color of this material to the lighter one, almost white color, and then I apply this material to the carpet. Now I will create V-Ray fur. To do this, just right click at the top bar and choose V-Ray objects. If you choose V-Ray objects, new icons will appear. And here we have these icons. And then I select carpet group and click on add fur to selection. As you can see, a V-Ray fur is added to selection. We can notice red dashed lines and red lines. I go to the asset editor, and here I have geometry tab, and we can notice new position fur. Here we have a lot of parameters which we'll discuss during the lesson. Let's check the visualization. This is our carpet. As you can notice, it doesn't look perfect. That's why it will change some properties. Firstly, I will increase the length of the strands. For now it's 4. I will increase it to 10. And we can notice that it looks much different. Now we can change the thickness of the strands. For now it's 0.12. I will increase it to 0.5. And the carpet looks different. The next very important parameter is distribution. We can choose distribution per area or per face. I always choose distribution per area, and here I can set the value. For example, if I set 1 and I work with centimeter units, it means that I have 1 strand per square centimeters. If I set it to 3, I have 3 strands per square centimeters, and I can change the density of the strands in the carpet. I will set 30, and I will increase the length of the strands to 0.2. Let's also decrease the thickness value to 0.05. I think that the carpet strands are too dense. I will decrease the count area to 10. I will increase the length to 2, and we can check the effect. The carpet looks much better. Now let's get to know some new properties.
Damn, she's
gravity and bend. Gravity controls the force
okay.
that pulls the first strands down along the z-axis.
Forgive me for watching this on my phone.
We can notice the strands bending. I will change the gravity to 0, and then I will change the length to 5. And let's notice that the carpet looks very different. There is no gravity, we have a bend, and the length is 5. Let's change the bend function to 0, and there is no bending in the carpet. I set very often gravity to -3 and bend to 0.5. Let's move on to the previous values. Gravity -3 and bend 0.5. I will decrease the length to 2 and change the thickness to 2. Let's move on to the taper value. Increasing this value will make each strand thinner in its upper end and wider in its base. I will set the taper to 0.1 and I will decrease the thickness to 0.05. I will change the scene to scene 3 because I want to have a closer look at the carpet. We can notice that the strands have the same thickness at the base and at the end of the line. Let's change it. I will change the taper value to 0.9 and the strands look different. I think that they are much more realistic because at the end they are very thin. Let's take a look at the strands. As we can see, every strand is created by straight lines and one strand is created by 5 segments. It's visible on the visualization. If I change the number of knots here to 8, then every strand will be created by 8 segments and it will look much better, much smoother. And this is the difference. I think that it's much more realistic. Let's create something different. I will change the count area to 5, then I will set taper, gravity and bend to 0. And let's focus on curl section. I enable the curls, and here I will set the curls radius to 0.1, curl radius variation I will set to 0.2, and number of curls, for example, to 5. Let's check the effect. I created curls in the carpet. I don't use very often this function, but I think that it's good to know what it creates. For now, I will disable curls, and let's move on to variance function. If the direction is set to 0.4, the direction of the strand is going to have 40% variation. If the length is set to 0.2, it means that there is 20% variation of the length. I set it very often to 0.2, 0.3, or 0.4. Let's change the taper, gravity, and bend values. The previous one, taper 0.9, gravity -3, and then we can, new material is not mapped correctly, then you can choose all noise map in initial direction, and thanks to it will increase it to 2. Thanks for what?
Alright, so I just went to the very end,
Carpet, and thanks to it.
and I'm going to check out what these settings are. I'm not a huge fan of some of these settings right now, but we're going to try them anyways. So, count. How is 5? That's insane. 1.97. So, length. 1.97. 0.05. 0.9. -3, 0.5, 1 and 8, variance, 0.4, 0.2, 0.2, 0.3, initial direction map. So she added a noise. Let's check out level of detail.
This is our carpets, and it's time to talk about the level of detail. It's
All right,
almost
so
perpetual.
real quick, let me turn on that small carpet that I have. Carpet preview. Let me go into my carpet scene, and then let's do a real-time render of this scene. Man, look at how big that is, though. So interesting, but can I scale it back? All right, let's listen some more.
Level of detail. I enable this function. If I set the start distance to 10 and rate to 1000, then nothing has changed. If I change the rate to 10, we can notice a big change. So, if your carpet is visible on the visualization and we don't need the detail of the carpet, then we can change the level of detail. If I increase the rate to 20, then we can notice that this detail is more visible. If I increase this rate value, it will be more and more detailed. For now, I will disable it, and it's time to create material for the carpet. I prepare the maps.
Okay,
They are
that's
located in the folder.
interesting.
You can find them in the description of the video. And we have carpet diffuse map and carpet normal map. I go to the asset editor.
So distribution
Go to the
per
materials,
area.
V-Ray carpet.
What is distribution? How the density of the strands is determined over the source object.
Choose bitmap and
Fine.
upload carpet.
And I'm wondering if I can. So global scale of the fur in the scene. Okay. So I think this is how we're going to modify the overall scale of the carpet.
Let's change the color space to rendering space and decrease
So if we set this to 0.5, this should double, right?
to 0.1. If your new material is not mapped correctly, then you can choose Sketchup plugin. You can download this plugin from the link which is in the description.
Okay. So let's go to
I have
settings and material override.
two icons, Sketchup and then I go to the View tab, Component Edit, turn on Hide Rest of Model, double click the carpet, go to the top view, then I go to the camera, choose parallel projection, select face, then I apply V-Ray carpet material to the face of the carpet, then I click on Sketchup mapping tools, right click and planar map. It's done. Everything works fine. Let's move on to scene 2 and let's check the visualization. And this is our carpet. It looks much more realistic because we have applied new material. Let's change some values. I will increase the length to 5 and let's see the difference. And let's move on to very important function. It's initial direction map. We can create a special noise map in initial direction, and thanks to it we'll get very interesting effects. That's why I click on the texture slot, noise B, then I change the type to fractal.
So today,
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Today I'll show I click on the texture slot,
Okay, so
noise B,
textures.
then I change the type to fractal and change the size to 0.2. That's it. I go to the previous asset and let's check the difference. Change the size to 0. That's why I click on the texture slot, noise B, then I change the type to fractal and change the size to 0.2. That's it. I go to the previous asset and let's check the difference. And we can notice the direction has changed. It looks more realistic because the direction is different. Thanks to the noise map, we have more realistic effect.
Okay, so this is cool. I'm just watching some tutorials to get an idea of how this works. You know, I think if we set this, let's see what 10 does. 50. The length, I want to cut down in half. See, I want it much, much closer together, but I think this is going to be okay. Let's see what the thickness. Yeah, this is going to look a little more realistic. The taper, let's bring that taper down. So I think what happened is we did way too many in an area instead of letting the tapers kind of fill in most of those spaces. And we should have done something a little more like this. Like we could probably even go down to 25, right? And then adjust the length. Thickness, taper, gravity, minus. Should it be minus? If we have it -5, is that going to be more gravity or less? Yeah, we need more gravity. So let's go -10. All right, I think this is going to be a lot more interesting. Let's increase the thickness a little bit. The knots we can set to 12. Let's see, the bend. Let's take this back up to 30. And then let's take the length down. My goal here is to just kind of fill these gaps up. Variance, taper, thickness, taper, gravity, bend, length. Let's see what 50 does, because we had this set to like 5,000, and that was a big problem. And up close, we're not really going to be able to see what's going on with this. So because if I change the global scale to like 0.1, so if I do change the global scale, it's going to make it a lot more unrealistic. So what happens if we do 100? So I had assumed that the global scale was going to allow me to actually like literally scale the entire thing. Global scale. So If I go 0.1, it's going to create more space between all the little pieces, right? Yeah. And I want it to look like this, but way small. All right, so something like this could possibly work. Density map, length. Let's take the length down by a lot. What happens if we increase the thickness? I want to try this and see what happens. So if we move this whole thing down into the floor, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to, let's turn the floor off. Save this. Let's turn our carpet on. And let's move our carpet down. Let's turn the preview off. Is that what we want to do? Okay, yeah. Let's turn the floor back on. Save this. Let's try to preview it now. Okay. So we made it really big. We added a floor texture to it. We put it down into the floor. And because it's so big, it's possible that the texture can help fake the effect of the carpet being small. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But this should be way more manageable with the count per area of 100. I think I forgot to turn material override off. Unsupported bump type. Is that because we have that on carpet? Yep, that's what it looks like it might be. So we're going to try to do this one more time, or maybe twice. First, we're going to give it a restart, and then the second time we might remove the carpet texture from our carpet, and we'll see if that makes any difference. Once we're done rendering out a few angles, camera angles for this scene, we may play around with importing this into Unreal Engine. Let's see. Oh, it started. Is it actually rendering the carpet too? Oh, snap. I think all right, so we are going to do an increased rendering output area at 8K and then scale it down to 1080p. And I'm going to let this render after I see what this real-time rendering looks like. Because we're not using a denoiser at all right now. Let's see. Are dome light, mesh light, are all, any of these lights off? I can't tell. Okay, all of our layers are turned on. I can't tell which lights are enabled. Damn, it's thundering hard. Okay, so we're going to stop this rendering. And we're going to do an 8K render. $76.80, $43.20. Save image, file path. We're going to put this into 3D projects. Sketchup models, Oak House, bedroom 1. And yep, I'm going to go there. Medium plus, we want very high quality updates at the end. I need to take a vacuum cleaner to this damn fly. We're going to do a JPEG output. %. Animation, environment, material override, swarm, noise limit, max subdivisions, anti-aliasing filter. I don't think I want this, but I don't know. Blurrier results. Yeah, we do want that. Optimizations, switches. We don't need to mess with any of this stuff. So let's give this a go, and let's see how long it takes to render this image using CUDA. Once it's done, I will do another live stream and I'll share it. And I don't think we have the option to do multiple renderings. What is the batch rendering option? Okay, guys, it's